Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's stream. So I'm quite excited about this puzzle that we start with today. But it is the most voted on puzzle, so this was voted on by David, Plonktime, Russ, Tallcat, David, Luda, and Cogito. So we'll get to see how this goes. So now this is a Tallcat puzzle called Century. Is this Tallcat's 100th puzzle? Did Tallcat get to a 100th puzzle before I did? That would upset me. But here we go. What are you gonna do? This combines two rule types, one of which is an indexing rule and one of which is counting circles. And if you know much about me, you know that I don't like counting circles and I don't like indexing. But the fact that the two are so oppositional to each other makes me think that I'm going to find this puzzle enjoyable anyway, as I knock a controller for a light on the floor. So I think probably also the fact that it's a Tallcat puzzle, let's be honest, does not hurt with the likely enjoyment of it. All right, so let us have a look here. So a numbered rooms clue says that the digit in this sort of outside the grid one cell, sorry, I should say it the other way. It says that the digit in front of this tells you where this digit goes. So for example, if this is a 3, then I count 1, 2, 3, and then that's the 9. So the 9 gets placed in the third spot, would say what this is saying. And so that gives you all kinds of sort of immediate deductions, like that can't be a 9 because if this was a 9, then that would be a 9 because the 9 would go in the 9th spot and that would be a problem, for example. This also can't be a 1 because if this is a 1, it would say the 9 went on top of the 1, for example, just to give you a couple examples of how this works. Because I know probably a lot of you have seen numbered rooms before, but I think it is one of those constraints that the first time you see it, I think it's kind of brain bending to figure out exactly what the clues mean. So hopefully those examples made sense. If they didn't, let me know and I'll be happy to go over it more. All right. So then we have counting circles. And so each circle, yeah, Tristan is already making the trick, is already falling for the trick. Counting circles count the number of circles that they're in. So that if there is a 9 in this circle, for example, that means that there's 9 9s in circles in total. Okay, now I'm going to take a wild guess that there's exactly 45 circles, but we'll see. That is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. I guessed incorrectly. There are 36 of them. Okay, so the way that it works is the sum of the digits in circles is equal to the number of circles. So if there's a 9 in circles, there's 9 9s in circles, for example. And so because the digits from 1 to 9 add up to 45, and 45 minus 36 is 9, that means there's 9 worth of digits that do not show up in counting circles. And so that could be just saying 9 doesn't show up in counting circles, or it could be something more sinister, like it could be like a 1, 3, and 5 don't show up in counting circles or whatever. So we'll have to sort of keep that in mind as we work at this. Okay. So I guess we start by good-lifting this cell, because this cell is actually more restricted, I think, than it looks, because it can't be a 1 because it would put the 9 on top of it. It can't be a 2 because of this 2. In fact, actually, I'm going to go ahead and mark the thing that this 2 actually tells me, which is this 2 actually tells me that this goes here and this goes here, just for the record, because it's saying that whatever that is, I don't know what it is, but it definitely goes Sorry, that's not 2 in. I didn't mark that correctly. I marked them 3 in. Goes there, goes there. So we've got that. Okay. But anyway, what can this be? It can be a 3. I think it can be a 4. It can't be a 5, and it can't be a 6. A 6, there's already a 5 in the column, and a 6 would place it on top of the 5. I think it could be a 7 or an 8, and it certainly can't be a 9, because a 9 would place a second 9 into the grid. So we have that at the very least. Not sure how enthralling that is, if I'm being honest. Let's see. It is worth noting what David says, although I will unfortunately one-up David, which is that I can cover the circles within the grid with only 4 houses. So with the 2 outer columns and the 2 outer rows, which means that no digit shows up in circles more than 4 times within the grid. And so that means that numbers like 9, if there's a 9 in circles, that means there's going to have to be at least 5 of them in circles outside the grid, for example. Yeah, you can certainly mix these sorts of things and make some sort of like a mutant swordfish or whatever is what we're doing here. Mutant jellyfish, maybe? I don't know. Some sort of something. So we have that. So that is actually a very good observation about what's going to happen. Yeah. Okay, now here's another interesting point. None of these cells can be 1. Because if any of these cells were 1, it would put a second 1 in circles right away. That one and that one also can't be 1. That one can't be 1. That one can't be 1. And so we actually have 1s a little bit restricted here in these. And of course, I already marked that one can't be 1. So that's actually kind of interesting already. Of course, 2 is famously not 1. Because if row 3, column 1 is 1, it says that row 3, column 1 is a 6. Right? Doesn't it? I think that's what numbered rooms just means. So yeah, so I do have to put 4 1s in these cells. Speaking of David's swordfish-like thing. And so let me just highlight the cells that I mean lightly. So these cells, I'm going to make them yellow, actually. I think they're more important than that. They have to contain 4 1s. Oh yeah, yeah. So, oh yeah, sorry, this one can be yellow. This is not an appropriate use of the Zeta stop emoji. Let's see. Okay, so let's note that that means that there's sort of 2 sets of 4 houses that contain all the yellow cells. So one is the 4 boxes at the corners. So there's a yellow in each of those. Or sorry, there's a 1 in yellow in each of those. So that means none of these cells are 1, for instance. None of these cells are 1. And also in the columns, we have that, or sorry, the columns and rows that we used before, That's also true. So I've got to have a 1 in one of these, a 1 in one of these. Basically, these corner cells not being able to be 1 ruled out my ability to double count, is the key point here. And so if I had been able to double count, then that would have broken this deduction. Because like a 1 here, for example, would count for both this row and this column. And that is no good. Okay, so that is somewhat interesting. And in particular, it limits what this cell can be quite a bit. Because this cell can be 1, can't be 2 or 3, because we said those cells can't be yellow. It can't be 4 or 5 for sudoku and sudoku reasons. I think it can get away with being 6, and it can't be 7, 8, or 9. So this cell, I think, can only possibly be 1 or 6. So that gives me sort of an additional like place that I could maybe try and do some sort of sudoku linkage kind of business with what this could be. Hey, Isabella, how are you doing? Okay. Now, I was really hoping there was going to be some clear reason why it couldn't be 6. But there is not a clear reason to me why it is 6. Yes. That's the point. Right. Kuraban has the correct point, which is that if you look at what I already said about these, that tells me 1 is in a circle, because one of these two things is the 1 in box 1, and so one of them is in a circle. That's the only one in a circle. And therefore, like every Tallcat puzzle, the first digit is a 6. And this is because Tallcat always wants to see Zach's sixie dance. Boop boop ba doop. Whoop 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 whoop. Boop boop ba doop. Whoop 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 whoop. Boop boop ba doop. Whoop 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 whoop. Boop boo doop ba doop boo doop boo doop boo boo doop boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so that 6 gives me a 1 here. It removes yellow from there. Okay, so now this digit's pretty restricted. So this digit never could have been 1, 2, or 3 because it... Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry. Well, it can't be 1, 2, or 3 now. There's a 2 in the column. Let's see. I think it can be 4 or 5, at least for now. It can't be 6. Can't be... Sorry, it could be 7, right? There's nothing... Oh, no, it can't be 7, because that would put 2 7s in the row. It can be 8 or 9, I think. If it's a 9, that digit is a 2, I see, from the thing up there. Yeah, there's no 1s anywhere else, for what it's worth, in circles. We are, other than one of these two. One of these two is a 1. That's it for 1s in circles. Okay. Let's see. Welcome, Mekdi. You did miss the cool break-in sort of thing to the puzzle, which was quite enjoyable. I was pretty happy with it anyway. Okay, so now 1 is not one of the digits missing from the grid. And so if row 9, column 1 was a 3, it would put a 7 on top of a 6. I do see that David's point does mean this can't be a 1, because if this is 1, it would also make that 1. We've already said that doesn't work. And so we can get rid of a couple more yellow circles. There are 36 circles. Yes, that seems to be the case. So what we have here, a bizarre skyscraper. Is there are some cells that can't be 1 anymore because of this. I think there's a bizarre skyscraper thing going on here with something can't be 1. But I'm not quite sure. I agree with Isabella. This digit is no longer 4. Likewise, this digit is not 1, 2, or 3, if we want to go ahead and do that. So this digit is a 4. Can't be a 5, actually. It could be a 6, I think. Or a 7, 8, I think. This is also quite restricted. Am I supposed to notice that 1, 2, and 3 are quite restricted in this column? I am not sure. There's a 5 in the box. So I mean, I could mark this cell as being there. Let's see. That combination of words does not make sense to me, Tallcat. We do know that 1 in row 3 is in one of these cells. I agree with Jaleb, because we've got a Zach wing on 1s with yellows here. So we have to be very careful about where we put these 3s. Okay. 7 is quite interesting. The 7 and the 1 are going to have some sort of bizarre interaction, I suspect. I don't think you have to disclose the real break-in yet. I don't feel we're yet like stuck enough that I don't yet feel tortured by the puzzle. Let's see. Like, I feel like it's got to really be about the fact that David said right away, which is that these digits and circles are covered by these 4 zones. So, for example, I know that now there are at least 2 6s in circles outside the grid. Let's see. So, David is doing circle math, because we said that digits outside add to 9, and so 1 is not one of the digits outside, and 6 is not one of the digits outside. So if there's 3 digits out, they're 2, 3, and 4. If there are 2 digits out, then the 3 I don't think we can rule out, but we do know that 8 is in. So there are 8 8s in circles, because the only way that 8 would be out is if 8 and 1 were out, and 1 is in. So there are 4 8s in circles outside the grid at least. Let's see. Someone can do a count of how many circles there are inside the grid versus how many circles there are outside the grid. Is probably a useful thing to do. Let's see. I'm trying to decide if there's some way we can say that because of this given 9, we obviously can't have 9 nines in circles, but if that's true, I sure don't see it right away. Yellow are positions for ones, that's correct. In their boxes and columns and rows. That was the break-in that we found so far, was that. Let's see. And I, again, kind of feel like that's going to tell me something over here, but I don't think it is. Let's see. What else can we say? So the 9 is in one of these places. I don't think that's interesting. At least not immediately. Okay, so now this cell can't be 1, 2, or 3 either. I was talking about how there were a lot of cells that can't be 1, 2, 3. This one also, quote unquote, coincidentally, can't be 1, 2, or 3. Because 3 would put it in the column with the 6 we've placed. So without going too much into it, this can be 4 or 5. It can't be 6. And I think it can be 7, 8, or 9, as far as I can tell. But anyway, I do have to still put a 1 and a 3 in this thing. So I'm hoping that I can rule. So obviously 2, I already know where it is. I'd like to be able to rule 1 and 3 out of a few more places. That is true. So Isabella has ruled out 2, 3, 4 as being possible as the omitted ones, because if 2, 3, 4 were the digits that showed up out of circles, then in row 9 we would have in the yellow cells both 2, 3, 4, and 1, and that's too many things. So there are not 3 digits outside of circles. There's either 2 digits or 1 digit outside of circles. And so I think that now solidifies David's argument that there is a 3 in circles. Because the only way it was going to work, the only way it would now work to exclude 3 is to exclude 3 and 6, but we know that 6 is included. Okay. Yes, it wasn't true when you said it, but it is true now. That is a good point. Because 1 is in circles, Jaleb, we know that 1 is in one of these 2 circles. Let's see. And I had a thought and then it went away. So yeah, so if that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do if it is a 2-cell sum to 9, what are the 2 cells that sum to 9? We know they're not 1 and 8. I think they could be 2 and 7. They're not 3 and 6, and I think they could be 4 and 5. So there's a handful of options, along with just 9. Let's see. If 9 is outside of circles, that places a lot of 1 9s, I think. Does it place a breaking number of 1 9s? Garion is asking the same question. I'm not sure. Yeah, we know we don't have 3 excluded digits. 9 in row 1. 9 in column 9. I think we're going to get through this without set, Selena. I wouldn't worry about it. So 9 in row 1 through 9 in column 9. This has set obfuscates what's really going on in the puzzle completely written all over it. Oh, sorry, that one. And that one can't be 9 either. I see. So yeah, all of these are in circles. Right. So if 9 is in a circle in row 1, it's in one of these two circles. One of these two. Sorry, if 9 is not in a circle in row 1, sorry. So none of those will, so it would just mean that 9s were there, which would then force the 9 in this column to be here, which would then place a 9 here. And now, oh, right. And now column 1 doesn't have any place for it. So the point here is, this is this pattern. So the point here is that this is a familiar, that this pattern has a name. This is like a 2-stringed kite or something. Ranks would know the name of it. The point is, if I have to ask simultaneously, if 9 is outside of circles in column 1 and row 1, where is it in row 1 and where is it in column 1? And so here it would be in one of those cells, and here it would be in one of these cells. And so the point is that has a very unpleasant impact on where 9 is in the other two places. Namely, does Tallcat know the name of this classic technique? I think it's some sort of kite or something. But the point is, now, if I look at where it is in row 9, it has to be in one of these. And if I look at where it is in column 9, it has to be in one of these. And that's not possible simultaneously. This is some sort of alternating inference business. So it's not possible that 9 is excluded from circles. That's the upshot of all of this. So it is true, now the circles in this row are 1 and the excluded digits, which we have argued is either 2, 7 or 4, 5, which I know is a lot of pencil marks, but it's not infinitely many pencil marks. In particular, the 7 is interesting, and I wonder if we now know enough to know that this can't be 7. Well, I certainly know enough to know that this isn't 7, because if this were 7, this would be 2, and that's already not allowed for lots of reasons. Let's see. So if 7... Yeah, we already know this isn't 7 because some reason. Why do I know this isn't 7? Oh, right, because it's the 7th cell. Yes. It's the 7th cell. It's not the same reason, but it's a different reason. Yeah. So this is the only one that can be 7, and so therefore it's never 2. Because if it were 7, if it were 2, I'd need a 7. There'd be no place to put it. So we've got to investigate slightly the this is 7 and this is 8 combination. Because maybe that breaks. And the same thing, or a similar thing, is true here in this column, points out Jaleb, where if 2 is not an excluded digit, then 1, 4, 5 are the excluded digits, and these are all 1, 4, 5. So that would create an interesting 1, 4, 5 triple through box 7. Oh, end through, because this can't be 1, 4, or 5 either. So end through, not only through this, also through this box in that universe. That is a lot of 1, 4, 5s to exist. We would certainly know that yes, we'd certainly know that those two are 1, 4, 5s. Yeah, so now there's not space for 1, 4, 5 in column 9 because I would need 2 of these 4 cells to be 1, 4, 5, and it does not work. So we get the same sort of counting argument floating around the outside because if 4, 5 aren't in circles, then they aren't in the corners because every corner is a circle. And so we end up having to put 1, 4, 5 in these cells only. And the contradiction is that in row 1 and column 1, that means we've used these cells, and that just breaks column 9 immediately. So it's not 1, 4, 5 that are excluded. It is 1, 2, 7. And that means we know where the 7 is, because you've already said that the 7 has to go there. And so that is the 8th spot over there. And so these numbers are not 8 anymore. Right. And so now there are no 7s in circles. And so now we know that one of these two cells is 7. These we know are in circles. These aren't 7 anymore because they're in circles. So now one of these two is 7. And let's chase 7 through row 1 now. So 7 in row 1, owing to this, can't be in either of those cells, can't go in a circle. And remember, both of these digits are in circles, so therefore that's the 7, which makes that the 9 over there. Okay, this is 4 or 6, so whatever it is, it's interesting it goes in one of those two places. Okay, and we know what these digits are. I should go ahead and fill them in just in case anything's interesting. So these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, I'm just curious if there's a reason why this can't be one of these things. I don't think so. Oh, box 8 has a 4. That's very notable. And so therefore this number actually just is a 4. Very good. Garion has spotted the Sudoku. And so therefore this digit is that digit. So I can, sadly, I don't have a great way of coloring them, but this is a 3, 5, or 9. Let's see. If this was 7, it would be referring to that cell. Garion points out this digit has to go in column 9 via the same shenanigans that we have been doing this whole time. And if I look at column 9 where that digit can go, because it can't go in circles, it goes in one of these cells. And we know this cell isn't a 1. So that is to say there's either an 8 here or an 8 here. I guess I should fill in the rest of this column and then let Garion do the Sudoku. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, not 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, there we go. So, and these aren't 2, owing to the existence of a 2 in the box. was trying to decide if I could rule out this being 2 because of the fact that 2 isn't in circles, but I don't think I can. Because 2 is a little bit more flexible in circles because of the fact that there is a 2 in the corner. This isn't 8, though, because there's already an 8 in the box. So yeah, so the 8 is locked into those two places for what it is worth. Okay, well, this is now not 9 while we're still hunting for things, because I'm still trying to, like, get this column dead, basically. And we're closer to having it dead now, because I can't put a 9 here because that would put a 6 here, and we just said this can't be 6. This is only 1, 2, 7, which is a pretty big deal. Let's see. Whatever this is. Oh, whatever this is, it's red circle. That is worth noting. And that's huge because it tells me that red circle isn't 1. That's the thing I'm supposed to have noticed right away that I did not notice right away. Is because red circle is the 8th cell. So it's orange circle that's 1. And if I chase the 1s around, that makes that 1 and that 7, which makes that 1, which makes that 2. And I can get rid of my yellow now, I think. Oh, which makes that 1, by the way, which makes that 7. And so I think that now does a lot of damage to the outer things. Let's see. Tristan would like me to update that this is a 2. And so Tristan has pointed out that actually now if I just do Sudoku, I can actually place that this digit is a 2. Very good. Let's see. I know one of these two is 1. Just doing my updated pencil marks on 1s. I know that one of these is 1. That's maybe not worth marking. I know that one of these two is 7. Let's see. Okay, so what else do I have? I now know that one of these two circles is 3. I know which one it is. Oh, sorry, I don't know that. One of these 3 cells is 3. That's horrible. Anyway, I'm going to write in what these can be. It can't be 1, 2. They could be 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't be 7 or 8. And they could be 9 in principle. However, what I noticed is this one can't be 3 because there's no 2s. Oh, no, it can be 3. Sorry, I was thinking because there's no 2s in circles. But this is digits. Oh, no, it's right. If this were a 3, that would be a 2 in a circle. There's no 2s in circles, so that's not a 3. So I was hoping that that would get me there, but it hasn't quite gotten me there yet. Yes, this 7 does place an 8. I agree. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so we can look at this digit. It's not 1, 2, or 7. It's not 3. And it's not 4 by Sudoku, so it can only be 5 or 6, meaning that one of these two digits is a 3. So that's 2 3s in circles already. For what it's worth. 3 3s in circles if this is a 3. So if this is a 3, it's the last 3 in circles. But that's 1 circle, 2 circles for sure. Yes. In column 1, there is a 3 in a circle. Because, in fact, actually, 3 can't go in red circle anymore. Because now if 3 is in red circle, David's point is that means that that's 2 circles that have a 3, 3 and 4 circles that have a 3. That's too many. So that actually does place the 3 when you combine it with my less cool point from earlier. Oops. Which makes that a 5. And now that I know where all the 3s and circles are, I know there are no more 3s and circles, and ergo, this is not a 3. This is only a 5 or a 9. Oh, it's not a 9. Oh, sorry, no, it could be a 5 or a 9. Sorry. This is not a 3 anymore either. So that tells me that one of these two is a 3, which then gives me a Zackwing on 3s and tells me that one of these is a 3, except it's not the one in a row with a 3. So one of these two is a 3 as well. Okay. Why can't I put a 9 here? Do you see a 9 that I don't see? I know this cell can't be a 9, for what it's worth. I think you're reading the numbered rooms backwards, Tristan. Yeah, I know there's I guess there's a 7 and an 8 in these cells, for what it's worth. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should fill in these digits, because there's not that many things left. 3, 4, and 5, actually, are the only things that are left. So one of those is a 5. Also, this digit is not 5, because there's a 5 in the box that was a given digit. So one of these two is 5. For what it is worth. So that accounts for a 5 in a circle, if you want to start counting 5s in circles. So this is either 1 or 2 5s in circles. This is a 5 in a circle. There's a 5 in a circle over here. And there's potentially a 5 in a circle there or there. Okay, I should index this 4th or 5th to say that one of these two digits is a 6, for sure. There's an interesting overlap with this can't be 6 while that's 3, or I break the world. If this is a 9, I do put digits in a bunch of circles, but that's probably okay. I guess I should maybe start pencil marking the outside circles, because we know that they're not 1, 2. They're not 3 anymore because we've already accounted for all the 3s in circles. So then we've got 4, 5, 6. There's no 7s in circles 8 and 9 as the possibilities for these. And I guess the same is also true of these cells. Oh. Okay, well, this one's not 8. I'll just go ahead and say because of that numbered rooms clue. Yes, that gives us the thing. I was looking for a 1-2 triple for so long, but Garion has found the 2-3 triple in column 9 because I need to put a 2 and a 3 in there, and now we know that those are a 2-3 triple, which does mean this digit's not a 4 or a 9. It can only be a 5, a 6, or an 8. I know this digit's not a 9. Owing to the fact that there's a 9 in the row. I know this one isn't a 5. I know this one isn't a 5 either because it would be in the 7th spot, and this digit can't be a 7. This isn't a 4 because there's not a 4 in that spot. This can't be a 4 because the 4 is in the 7th position. If this was a 9, it would place a 3, so it is not a 9. And so Ron and Martin have sort of worked together to say that therefore we actually can place the 9 here. in column 9, which means that this is the same as this, so it can only be 4, 6, or 9. Oh, and it can't be 9 anymore because you can't have the ninth digit can't be a 9. And so now that 4, 6 pair actually gives me a 5, which means this is a 9 now. So red circle is in fact 9. And we don't need red circle anymore. And we don't need orange circle anymore. Oh, so then I can start marking stuff again. So that digit and that digit are the same. And yeah, and this digit and this digit are the same. And we know they're not the same because there's no intersection between the two of them. This places a 5 or places a 6. The indexers in chat are telling me. So that is not a 6. And so these are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, I believe. Except that's not a 6 either, so that is a 6. And that now is going to mean that one of these over here is a 6, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, so I guess these are a triple. I should probably fill them in. 3, 4, 5, 6. They're actually 7, 8, 9 directly. That one's not a 9, and that one's not a 9, so that one is a 9 for what it's worth. 9 is the 8th spot, so this could still be 9. Yes. If this cell, say, was a 4, this is Martin's point, then this cell couldn't be a 4 because of the 2 4s problem, but it couldn't be a 6 either because there's already a 4 in column 6. So neither of these things can be 4. This can't be a 4 either, actually, while I'm thinking about 4s. I think it's probably worth doing a careful investigation of the nature and purpose of 4s. Because if this were a 4, I would put a 4 in a box with a 4. If this were a 4, I would put a 9 in a box with a 4. Sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry, don't listen to me. That could be 4. I think that could just be a 4. I think that could just be a 4. This can't be a 4 anymore because I'd have to put a 9 here. This might be able to be 4. Okay. This isn't a 9 if we want to start tracking 9s. I agree with Selena there. It's interesting. I know the 3 and 7 down here are offset because one of these is a 7 and one of these is a 3, and I know they don't go together because there aren't 7s in circles. Also, I know whichever of these is a 3 definitely doesn't have a 4 behind it. I know one of these two is 5, 6, or 8. I still have this being marked as being able to be 4, don't I? Let's see. Oh, you meant this one. Sorry, this one. Oh, maybe this one could still be 4. Sorry. You're right. I think I read the numbered rooms backwards. Okay, so let's look at these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know none of these are 3. While I'm at it. Okay, this one I know is also not 4. It's also not 6. In fact, these aren't 6 either. That one's not 9 either. Trying to decide if there's something immediately wrong with these being a 5-9 pair. These two, I don't think so. Can place the 8 in column 9. Do we know which of these is the 8? Yes, this can't be the 8. Because if this is an 8, I put a 7 into a circle. Very smart. Okay, so that can't be an 8. Okay, that is much simpler than the thing we were doing. So that's an 8, and that's a 9. Thank you, Ron. Okay. Okay, so Selena would like to remove 9 from these cells as well. So you can never have a 9 behind a 9. You can't have a 9 between a 5 either. So if we just sort of ask ourselves if this can be 9, it doesn't work. If this is a 9, it can't be behind a 3, it can't be behind a 5, and it can't be behind a 9. So I agree as well with that. Although we're rapidly going down a path I don't want to be going down by doing that. Let's see. That was very nice. Okay, so if that's a 5, that's a 9. Otherwise, this is a 6. Okay, if this is a 6, then this is a 4, and they index the same digit. Is interesting. Okay. 9's not in the 4th or 6th position in these rows, Martin points out. Am I going to have to highlight and count cells that can be 9? Yeah, and we know there's at least 6 9s outside of circles, just by looking at what the maximum number of 9s we could cram into circles is. Because in fact, we actually know the. Oh, sorry. We know that there's 2 or 3 inside the grid. Row 4, column 6, and row 5, row 4, column 6, row 5, column 6. they are 3 and whatever is indexed by that. Okay, so Garion wants me to note that whichever of these is 6 puts a 5, 6, 8 here. So these could be marked as 3, 5, 6, 8. Garion claims not 6. Oh, right, not 6 because this cell is indexed by the 6, right? So they're from 3, 5, 8. And so Garion's point is that gives us a 3, 5, 8, 9 triple. Bizarrely. So these cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and this one seems not to be a 1 or a 6. This one seems not to be able to be a 7 at the very least. This one I think we already knew wasn't any of those digits. This one certainly can't be a 7. Hey, Matt Lappy. Oh, quadruple. Oh, yes, this is not a 6, famously, by the fact that there is a 6 immediately next to it. So, yeah, so one of those two is 6. I suppose, coincidentally, that tells me this digit isn't a 6, because now nowhere that this indexes can be a 6. This hasn't been able to be a 4, basically, forever, for what it's worth. Yes, this can only be an 8 or a 9. This is a quadruple, but I don't know if I want to mark it. Okay, I kind of want to highlight circles that can, in principle, be 9. Including circles that I know are 9. And figure out how many of them can really be 9. Oh, this one can also be 9. Thank you. Thank you, Ron. Oh, this one is 9. So that one definitely can, in principle, be 9. I think that's all of them. And I certainly know that exactly one of these is 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I only need to place 4 more 9s in yellow. That's not actually as restrictive as I had hoped, if I'm honest. I do know that this cell goes here for whatever it's worth, but I don't think I know it's not red or orange. Okay. Do know that one of these is 5, 6, or 8. This could be a 6 if that's a 3, I think. Yeah, we have a lot of 5s. So I know one of these is a circled 5. That's a circled 5. That's a circled 5. So, oh, unfortunately, that that doesn't work nicely with the orange because one of these is orange. Right, one of these is a 5. So that's 4 5s. So we only get one more 5 aside from those. Yeah, plus orange would be 5. That would be fine, but that would be it for 5s. Here's a disgusting thing. This can't be 9, because if this were 9, it would make orange circle 5, but it would also make that digit 5, and that is too many 5s. So this digit actually can't be 9, but it's gross, and I would prefer not to if I could avoid it. But I guess I can't, because I'm going to immediately get a 358 triple out of it. So that's going to actually place a 9 for us. So orange circle is 9. It's going to mean that's not 9. That cell's not yellow anymore. And now these are the same 5 8. I don't need orange circle anymore, so I can make a new orange circle. Okay, now can the orange circle 5 8s be 5s? I don't think so. Because, again, let's just count again. We've got 1 5, 2 5s, 3 5s. Oh, maybe they could. Oh yeah, this Selena says can't be 9 anymore because it can't be 9 anymore. Indexing reasons. Garion points out we know at least a little bit of restriction on these digits because one of them is a 7 and the other is whatever is indexed by the 3. So it's a 7 and a 4, 5, 6, 8. That is, of course, definitely not a 4 or a 5 because there's a 3, 5 pair here. So it's only from 6, 7, or 8, which then means that when I ask where is the 2 in row 7, in fact, it is exactly there, nowhere else, because I know neither of those cells is 2. So 2, and that's a 3. This cell is a 5, 6, 8. Could be orange circle. And now where's the 3 in row 7? The 3 in row 7 is now there, which is going to give me a 3, a 4, and a 5. That was a very good use of that trick, which is going to give me a 4 and a 3. I'm trying not to immediately trust Sven because of the weird grid. But Sven is usually trustworthy. Yes, so now this isn't 5 anymore. I agree with that. That would put too many 5s in the row. It's not... No, maybe I don't know anything else that it's not. Let's see. Well, I can do the same trick as earlier with the 3, 5, which is that the third spot is here, the fifth spot is here. Oh, crap. I was going to say neither of those things can be 4, but actually this thing that I thought was a 4, 6 pair is not a 4, 6 pair. So sadly, it does not work. Let's see. If this is a 9, it makes that a 5, which makes that a 3. Which doesn't work because you need to have a 3 in one of these. Right. So the point is, if there's a 9 here, we know it indexes the 3, because the 3 gets pushed over here. I'm just trying to phrase this in a way that sounds less look-aheady than if I fill in these 16 things it breaks. If I put a 9 here, it simultaneously puts a 3 here and not a 3 here, and that is a problem. So this can't be a 9, so it is not yellow anymore. We've got 6 for sure yellow cells, so maybe yellow is not actually impressive. Yeah, so 9 is just placed in box 2, which is quite helpful, because now that's a 1, and now we get a pair across here, which is 2 and 3 again, from before. Okay, so one of these is hitting a 6 or a 9, for sure. That 1 does look down and knock 1 out of that cell. I agree. Yeah, it also knocks it out of that cell. Let's see. That sounds like the way. That sounds like 6 steps past the way madness lies to think about, Selena. Row 0, column 5 is a 9, then row 0, column 4 is also a 9. Let's see. Yeah, but it involves arguing that if you fill in these 2 digits, they end up being the same number, which involves thinking about what digits will 2 different indexing things will give you in a hypothetical where you've filled in 2 different digits. So You're bifurcating on a biconditional to start with. That is pretty messy uh, as these things go. Uh, okay, let's do our 5 count again. One of those is 5. One of those is 5. So that's 2, 3. Uh, 8, a 5 in column 9. Oh, there we go. Haha. There was just a 5 in a circle, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 5s. We can't have orange be 5. Orange has to be 8. Agree. And that should give us some information. So like the 8, oh yeah, I guess that gave me that those two things were the same. This certainly isn't an 8 anymore. Oh, or a 5, actually, because now this is saying whatever this digit is, it goes there, and that digit can't be a 5. So this just is a 6, making that also a 6, making that a 7-8 pair, which makes that not an 8. So this is a 5-6 pair living over here, I believe. Okay, so this is certainly a 5 or a 6 then, owing to the fact that it's indexing that cell. These two are the same digit. These are an 8-9 pair. These are a 1 and a 2, actually. I kind of want to count 6s now, if that's not crazy. And 4s. Yeah, kind of all the numbers are potentially interesting now. Oh, right. Now I can get rid of all of these 8s because I know where 8 is in this row. That's definitely true. Does that have to be the case, or could my remaining 5 circle be up here? Tallcat suggesting that I perhaps should update my pencil marks here. Right. And so this 3-5 pair, we know the 6 here indexes a 5, so that's actually telling us that one of these is a 5. Yeah, the 4-6 pair here, we know that the 6 has to be indexing the 5 and not the 3. So there is a 5 over here. And so now if I count that 5, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 5s. So there are no additional 5s beyond the ones that I currently have highlighted. I'm going to highlight them in green for a second just so that I can remove additional 5s. So there's no 5s there. There's no 5s there. There's not a 5 there. There's no 5s there. Okay, we can get rid of the green now. That was just for my sanity. So that's a 3-4 pair. So those aren't 4. Those are a 5, 6, 9 triple. That makes these a 4-8 pair. Was this green or not? I don't remember. Was not green? Okay, so then this has to be a 6, which makes that a 6 and that a 5. Uh, uh, let's see. Making good progress now, I think. 6, 9. Okay, so these are 3, and one of them is a 4. So either these are both 9 if they're a 3-4 pair that way, or neither of them is 9 the other way. So this is either 2 9s or 0 9s. It's definitely an even number of 9s. I might have to do the horrible look ahead from earlier to say that these both have to be 9, which I'm almost sure is true. Let's see, but maybe if we do a 6 count, we can get around it. Let's see. There's definitely 1 6 there, 2 6s, 3 6s. 4 6s. This can't be 6 anymore for what it's worth. So there's an interaction between these cells that Selena always has a better way to say than I do, which is that if this is 6, it says this is a 5, but that's a problem because that kills this by value. I think Selena says something smart like this combination of cells says this cell's not a 5. Is how I think Selena likes to say it. So that's a 3 and that's a 5. And we said the 5 was being indexed by the 6. So that's a 6 and a 5. That's a 4. And something that's not a 5. It's a 6 or 8 that goes here, I believe. That 6, remember, made that also a 6. Yeah, and that doesn't do anything additional for that. Okay, these are 2 7 and something else. 2 7 and 5. Oh, now I have to count 6s again. That's 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s, 4 6s, 5 6s, 6 6s. So that's all the 6s. So I can remove 6 from this cell and make it an 8. And remove 6 from this cell and make it a 5. And remove 6 from this cell and those two. So that has become an 8. Oh, Isabella says I didn't do it right. Oh, I then took it out of one of the cells that I counted. Never mind. I needed to clearly do the same thing that I did before. Oops. I did not mean to hit that. Yeah, I needed to do the same thing that I did before. When I counted and said that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's another one somewhere. There we go. So yeah, if we green those, then every not green circle is not 6, is the relevant deduction. So those aren't 6, and these aren't 6. So now these are a 4 8 pair. So one of these is a 4 or an 8. Oh, this isn't a 6 anymore. This is certainly an 8 or a 9 now. It's not a 4 because neither of these cells can be a 4. So this is an 8 or a 9, and it's either an 8 there or a 9 there. Let's see. This 3, 4, Ron is pointing out, is looking at one of these two cells, so it says this is a 6 or a 9, but it can't ever be a 6, so it's a 9, which means that's a 4 and that's a 3, which means that is a 9, as foretold. We got away with it. This now is not a 4 because the 4 is in the 9th spot, so that's an 8 and that's a 4. So now that 3rd spot is not a 4, so it's the 5th spot that's a 4, which means that's not a 5 either, and so by sudoku, that's the 5. Oh, Ron was trying to get me to actually fill in this 8, which makes this way easier, because that 4 indexed an 8. So that makes that a 7 and that an 8, which makes that a 2 and that a 7, which makes that a 2, makes that a 1 and that a 2. This a 3, the 3 indexes that 8. Okay, good. Let's see. That 8 looks backwards and says that's a 7 and that's an 8. And so let's see. What is left in this box? We have yet to place a 1 in this box. We've got the 2, 3, 4, 5. We still need a 6 and a 7, and then that's it. Okay, so this digit is not a 6. For what it is worth. Oh, column 4, this digit is a 6, actually. Oh, we can just go backwards and fill this in because this is indexing the 3, so it's a 6 because that's the 3. So that's the 5, which means this is a 9. And now I guess we just have to count how many 9s there are. Oh, we don't even have to. That's an 8. So we get away with it. That's a 9. That's a 5. 8 and a 9. 4 and 8. See. One of these is a 2, and the other is a 6. That's the one that's the 6, so that's the one that's the 2. Me a 2 and a 3. These are 1 and 4 in that order. Oh, this is an 8. 3 and something. Well, that one's the 3. This one's the something. That's a 7, making that a 1 and that a 7. We're done. Very nice. I enjoyed that. Very cumbersome. Not that there's a whole lot that you can do because counting circles are pretty intrinsically cumbersome. So I don't blame the setter, but it was a very cumbersome puzzle. But I think in this instance the cumbersomeness was worth it because there was a lot of cool use of stuff, and I felt like we managed to dodge, I don't know, 50% of the usual crap that comes with indexing puzzles. We didn't do a lot. Chat did a lot more look ahead than I was willing to do, but we did not end up using a lot of the sort of complicated look ahead stuff. We didn't use set. I really liked the, no surprise, the beginning phase of the puzzle was very cool. That was my favorite part, was the part where using the sort of logic about this collection and what digits did and didn't show up there. But yeah, I mean, by cumbersome, I just mean in terms of like when I want to count how many sixes I have in circles, or how many nines I have in circles, that is a time-consuming and not mentally stimulating activity, which is what I mean by cumbersome. But I mean, there's going to be some of that in a lot of different kinds of Sudoku puzzles. So that is chest restrictions extending outside. Yeah. That sort of goes with, like, every constraint has its baggage. That's the baggage that comes with counting circles. So counting circles are like someone took all of the bad parts of chaos construction, removed 80% of the good parts, and created a constraint out of it. That's basically how counting circles sort of end in terms of the end of the puzzle. Like it has exactly the same sort of end of the puzzle sort of, like the last 20 minutes of a counting circle puzzle are often not that satisfying. Sorry, Marty. But this puzzle minimized that to the extent that it is possible to do. We did a really cool Marty puzzle 2 streams ago now? I've completely lost track. At some point, I am going to do a bunch of rat race puzzles in a row, because I haven't done any of them, because I didn't do them because they were showing up on Cracking the Cryptic. Bluntly, Matt Laffey, I did start the doublers thing, but I honestly stopped doing as many doublers puzzles because I think doublers are a pretty cumbersome mechanic for a lot of the same reasons. Granted, it's only 9 things you have to track instead of 36 or whatever. But unless like done very carefully, I think you can end up with some of the same kind of sticky endings. That you can end up with that. So that is why I haven't made any more doubler puzzles. Not to say that I'll never make another one again. I might, but that is sort of what I ended up feeling, the same sort of thing. Alrighty, well, I am going to take a quick break and come back and do another puzzle of some sort. So this was a great start to the stream, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzles. Bye to Tom, by the way. Welcome back. Believe it or not, the puzzle on screen is not a Tallcat puzzle, but rather this is a between lines puzzle where the only rule, aside from regular Sudoku rules, is that digits along the line must be strictly between the digits on the ends. And that is it for the entire puzzle. So, can start with a couple observations, like the ones and nines in these outer regions have to live here. So at least one of these two cells has to be a 1, 9, because you can't put a 1, 9 on a between line because 1 and 9 aren't between anything. But we can also play games like, where does this cell go in this box? And the answer is, it has to go in one of these two places. Because again, purple is not between purple and anything. So we have to do that. Now, could purple really be 4? Is the question that I am asking myself today. Because if purple is 4, we could put 5, 6, 7, 8 there, and 9 there, and maybe that would work out okay. But we could repeat the same sort of coloring trick on all of these if we're so inclined. Trying to see some reason really quickly why 4, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, or why 5, 6, 7, 8 on these doesn't work, but I don't see it. Yeah, we can repeat the same thing backwards, and it's probably worth marking, which is that we can do that. And so that tells me that this circle at least is not purple or green. It's some other color, so we can make it say yellow, meaning that yellow lives over down here. And this cell, unfortunately, could be purple, I think. But we at least have purple, yellow, and green up here. Now, if oh, right. Sorry, right. Ron has the point, which is that if I think about this backwards, it can't be purple, because if it were purple, it could not go in box 3, right? Because this digit's going to go in one of those cells again. Okay. So, and we know that none of these digits, this is a terrible deduction, none of these digits are 5, because 5 wouldn't have 4 digits that you could put on the between line, because you could go at most 6, 7, 8, or 2, 3, 4, even in the best case. So we can also do a similar trick. I'm not quite sure if I can use it immediately. That cell has to go in one of these 3 places, because it can't repeat in the between line and it can't be in the other cell. So this cell, which unfortunately could be purple, I think, has to go in one of these 3 cells. Let's see. And of course, we can reproduce this, but slightly worse, over running down there. Trying to think about the 1s and 9s, probably just because of the previous puzzle, how we're cramming the appropriate number of 1s and 9s in these cells, given where 1s and 9s can go. So if I just sort of highlight cells that could plausibly be 1, 9 in these 3 boxes, those are the cells that can plausibly be 1, 9. But I don't see... I mean, I guess it's pretty interesting in row... I guess both row 3 and row 2 are kind of interesting. Because they both sort of restrict it. Row 3 especially, because the 3 cells that could be 1, 9 in row 3 all live... 2 of them are in this box. So I know one of these 2 is the 1, 9 for what... or is a 1, 9 for what it's worth. Garion is noting that if there's any common digits between these two things, then that common digit has to go there. So there's at most one common digit between these two. And it goes there if there is one. I suspect that's going to be step 2 of the puzzle. Once we rule out some things from being 1, 9. Oh, yeah, they can't all be different because they're actually from 7 digits. Right, because they are only from... I was thinking they're from 1 through 9, but of course they're not from 1 through 9. They're from 2 through 8, which is only 7 digits. So yeah, so there is a common digit that is on both of these, and that digit goes there. So this digit is definitely not a 1 or a 9. Okay, so now when I highlight cells that can be 1 or 9, I guess I'm highlighting 1 fewer cells. So that does mean that there is a 2 on one of these lines and there is an 8 on one of these lines, which means that there is at least 1, 1 and at least 1, 9 in these cells. I was hoping that that would be able to say something like this cell, which sees all of them, can't blah, 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 but this cell sees all but one of them, and this cell sees all but one of them. But yeah, there is in this collection, right. This is, right, and we know those are all different, right. These are all different. Sorry, we already said that, because they all show up in different spots in row 1. And so that means that these cells aren't 1, 9. There are no 1, 9s in the corners. For example, because we've got our 1 and 9, these cells both definitely see all 4 colors in row 1. Okay, and so that further narrows my scope of where 1s and 9s can live in these boxes. So I need in total... yeah, so there's definitely a 1 and a 9 in there. Oh, sorry, the circle in column 6 could be a 1, 9. I just forgot it. So we need 2 1s and 9s in each of these rows. And this cell just has to be a 1 or a 9, right? Because if this cell's not a 1 or a 9, then I have to put 2 1 9s in this box. But I can't, because the other 1 9, even if green is a 1 9, so green is a 1 9 actually. Okay, so in order... Sorry, I'm saying a lot of things at once. There's at least 1 1 9 over here, because we know that 1 9 is both 1 and 9 are a color. Well, that one goes here for sure. But now if green is not a 1 9, now there are 2 1 9s over here, and they won't fit in the box. So green is one of my 1 9s. Now... I don't think that's true, Emma. It's possible, but it would be extremely wasteful if we were to do that. Okay, if this 1, 9 is pink, then it goes here. Ah, green goes over here. So these are a yellow-green pair. Is a point worth making, because green is a 1, 9. It looks across here and it joins yellow. So these cells, in fact, are yellow and green, which means that purple is not 1 or 9, because purple lands on the between line. This puzzle is great. So purple is not 1 or 9 either. Not that. Purple is from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's not 5, because we already noted you can't actually put 5 in one of these. And so it is yellow or orange that is the other one. Oh, so purple is just 4. Yes, because purple's not 1 or 9, and it goes in one of these two cells. So purple is 4. Very good. I swear I would have noticed eventually. So I will bring out Zach for a tap dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Zach's danced a little extra long for that one because he wanted more attention. So yeah, so one of these. So that cell's not 1 or 9. Is the point, because this cell now sees everything that could be 1 or 9. Zach with a K. 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is also not 1 or 9. Okay, I agree. 4 with 1 does not work. So this is 4 with 9. Which makes this cell 1. By the way, this cell's not purple. And this cell is purple. That is a 1. Yeah, one of these cells is 9. The one I don't know about. But that is true. These are 5, 6, 7, 8. And so these as a triple are 2, 3, and 9. That would not being 9, of course. So this is not 2 or 3. This is 5, 6, 7, or 8. I know one of those is 1. If I do know one of these is 1, and the other shares this 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it's not an 8. Because if it were an 8, I would need a second 9, and I can't have a second 9. So one of these is a 1, and then the other is a number that is bigger than the shared digit. So it's a 1 and a 6, 7, or 8. Is what has happened here. Now, I do know that 2, 3, and 4 are all on these red cells, because remember, these red cells can only have one common digit, by Garian's beautiful point earlier, which is that. So I know I need to have the 2, 3, and the 4 in here, and of course the 4 is not there. 4 is in one of those cells. And then I've got a 5, 6, 7, or 8. Oh yeah, orange is certainly not 9. The 9 is over here, yeah. Now, if this were 6, that would assuredly not work. If this were an 8, I can just make it work, I think, because an 8 and a 5 would let me put a 6, 7 on the line. I don't love it, but I think it's technically possible. I do know, for example, that this line doesn't have an 8 on it. If I wanted to mark that, this way madness lies, but I could corner mark 8 in 5 cells. Oh yeah, 7 and 5 definitely don't work. I don't know why I somehow missed that. Because if this were a 5, that could be a 7. That wouldn't be enough gap. So this has got to be a 2, 3, 4, or an 8. I would love to know it wasn't an 8. But I suspect I'm going to have to do something involved to make that work. I do know, like, one of these numbers is 2 or 3, so there is a 2 or 3 in this line somewhere. But it could just get away with being there. 9 in this box wants to go in one of these 3 cells. Oh yeah, 9 is just placed in box 6. I did not notice, but yeah, the 9 in box 6, Patrick points out, goes exactly there. Because it can't go on a between line, so that's the 9. And so this line doesn't have an 8 on it either. So that's actually kind of interesting, because this 9 looks down here and says that this isn't 9. So these are actually from 2 through 7, which I'm going to mark somewhat gratuitously, only because I think we might be supposed to do the same trick that Garion proposed earlier, which is to ask about whether there's repeats between these. And we don't quite know that there aren't repeats yet, but I think we might if we do a little more work. I don't know yet. If this isn't a 1... Oh, no, that could be a 1. Gary says a 1 in box 4 is placed. Oh, because you have... Wait, no, it's not true. The 1 in this box could be in any of these places, right? I think Garion has believed my 1 corner mark here to mean something that it didn't, because it's actually extended to 3 places. Yeah, we get at most 1 repeat again. Oh, right. Right. Okay, so yeah, so the point is, orange is... 1 is either here or it's orange. And if it's here, then of course, then the 1 ends up here. And Garion's point is otherwise that is a 1. So actually the 1 in this box always lives there. Okay, that's very clever. So that's a 1. And so this line definitely doesn't have a 1 in either circle, so we can boil that off. Okay, so is the question then that there has to be a 1 on this line, because otherwise we get to do some variation of the Garion trick? I don't see why it would break, but it sure seems like that's the theme of what's going on. Oh, Martin says row 7, column 9 isn't a 1. Oh, right, because 1 is either orange or it's one of these 2 cells. Right. This sees that 1, so this isn't 1 either. Right. Okay, so there is a common element between these. And that common element, whatever it is goes here. Because I don't presently want to think about whether it could or could not be something like that, I'm going to mark it like that. So there's one common element between these, exactly, which means that one of these is a 7 and one of them is a 3, which means that there is a 2 and there is an 8 in these cells somewhere. I don't know what to do with that, but it is true. So yeah, so this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is a very cute puzzle. Yeah, the geometry here is very cool. And I guess we could also ask about like digits in common between these, but that seems less immediately fruitful. Yeah, we do know this number ends up in one of those two cells. And this number ends up in one of those two cells, and likewise this ends up in one of these. So like again, these digits are all distinct from each other. I don't know that they're all distinct from the other set of digits, but these four, like these 4 or 5 or whatever, are all distinct from each other. Oh, actually I know there's a repeat because actually these 5 are all distinct from each other. And these 5 are all distinct from each other. And 5 plus 5, fun fact, is more than 9. So, in fact, there is a repeat between the set of numbers, the circles and the common digit in the first 3 boxes, and the circles and the common digit in the second 3 boxes. And so, neither of these things can be purple. For example, yeah, the repeat is not 1, 9. We know that. Okay. These numbers are probably worth pencil marking because we know they're not 1, 9. And we also know they're not 5, points out Ron, because 5 would not leave me enough space for my 3 digits, owing to the other things that I know about this line. There's no 4 in either of these cells. Yeah, this circle, I guess, can't be anything from the previous colors, except maybe red. Because the yellow is in one of these two cells. Do we know that? Actually, do we know that yellow isn't on this line? Maybe we don't know that. Oh, but I know, yeah. Oh, I do know both of these aren't yellow. Yeah, I guess I do know both of these aren't yellow because this digit goes in one of those two cells. So yeah, so this digit is distinctly not green, yellow, or orange. So if this digit is anything, if any existing color, it's purple. So this digit is purple or nothing. And presumably there is a similar thing with this digit, which is that it's yellow or nothing. So let's do this. Purple or nothing. This is yellow or nothing. I'm actually going to mark nothing as my off-whitish color. It's because this digit goes in this column, and so it sees those two as well as that one. This digit is assuredly not anything except yellow. It can't be the common digit either, for example. This one is not, because this one, again, it goes in one of these two cells, so it's not any of these. So this is yellow or nothing. And this one over here, I'm going to go out on a limb, is going to be purple or nothing if I do it, because it sees orange. It sees, oh, red. It could be red, right? Could any of these be red? Maybe any of them could have been red, and I missed it. Yeah, I think any of them could have been red. But this one assuredly sees yellow, orange, and green. So I think this one is purple or nothing. That one can't be red, right? But these three could all also be red, is correct, I believe. Not to be confused with the liney red. And we know one of these, at least, is actually that color. May we offer you a digit in these trying times. Let's see. Chat is noting that if this is a 2, then I end up putting 2 in one of these cells. Two in one of these cells. And now, what's the problem? Right. We need a 3 on one of the lines, right? So if this is a 2, then we actually don't end up with a 2. Then we end up putting that right, because we know there's only one digit in common between all of these. And so we need a 3 on a line, which means we need a 2 in a circle, which means at least one of these digits is 2. And whichever one it is, it means one of these two digits is 2, right? Maybe not quite, but certainly if this is a 2, there are no 2s to be had. I'm sure there is a clever way to see this. So we know one of the 2s is in the circle. I'm just trying to figure out the way to articulate this that is nicer than it bounces around the boxes, which I will accept if I have to, but I think there's probably a nice way to do it with covering. Oh, this is how you do it. In this region, there are at most 3 2s because I've covered it with 3 things. Those 3 2s are the 2 in box 4, the 2 in box 6, and to the 2 that goes in one of these circles. There we go. I am glad I figured that out. So therefore, there is no room for a fourth 2 up here. That's the way to say it. That is not you do the bounce boxy thing. Okay. So that is a 3. That is not a 3. Okay. Let's try and... Can we do the same thing with eights in a remotely useful way? Uh, what is the conclusion of doing the same thing with eights? Uh, we know there's at most 3 eights in here. We know there's an 8 in box 4. Uh, we know there's an 8 in these circles. And we know there is an 8 in box 6. However, if the 8 were here, it doesn't work. Because if there is an 8 here, then I don't get the I only get, if there's an 8 here, I only get 2 8s here, which is too few 8s. Right, because right, I need an 8 in this box, I need an 8 in these 4 circles. I can't also have an 8 here, or I have screwed myself up. Okay. uh uh so yellow, my H with 3 8s rules 8 out of yellow. Yes. Okay. So yeah, the 3 8s now, again, that's one of them is in this box. One of them is in this box. One of them is in one of these circles. Therefore, these cells in particular are not 8, because they are covered by that, which means the 8 in this box joins the 1. These are a 1 8 pair. And that's actually going to do even better, because that's going to tell me that orange has to be 1, right? Because there's an 8 up here. Row 3, column 9? Oh, right, sorry. There is an 8 up here, but I still have the stupid 1 being able to be down here. Okay. But these are an 8 orange pair, for what it's worth, and therefore that's not 8. Okay. Okay. And so this digit can't be 7, because I now can't put... Right. I can't... The H thing is the key here to everything. I can at most put 1 8 in these circles, and I can at most put 1 4 in these circles. That I have already kind of argued. That these are all distinct from each other by sort of... I did it by bouncing around through the box, but you could also do it with the H thing if you wanted. Prove that I have at most 1 2 and at most 1 8, and in fact I have at least 1 8 and at least 1 2, so I have a 2 and an 8, but I don't have 2 of them, so this can't be a 3 or a 7, because this is again the common digit between these two things. That's the whole idea of what is happening here. Uh, so these digits are certainly at the very least 1, 6, 7, or 8, which is suspiciously close to placing a 5, but not quite. Uh, if this is an 8, then this is a 5, and this is a 6, 7, and then that's a 1, and I feel disgusting a little bit by looking at that. Yeah, red in box 3 is definitely there. So red can't be as high as 7. Right. This is a between line where the highest digit on the outside is either a 6 or a 7. So yeah, so this is definitely not 7 anymore. I agree. So that makes this not able to be 4 anymore, for what it's worth. So this is not purple. So I finally got that that's not purple. Right, and it can't be 3 either, because then this would need to be 4, 5, 6, but there's already a 4 in the box. Very good. So this is one of our 2 8s. Remember we said we needed 2 2 8s in these cells. So this 2 8 lands over here somewhere, for what it's worth. I don't think that tells me anything, but it happens to be true, I suppose. Hey, Matt Pesto, how are you doing? And thank you. I'm still consuming my chocolate cake, so I'm considering it to still be my birthday. Although I suppose we also have some of Tristan's separate chocolate cake that we're also still consuming, so I guess it's also still Tristan's birthday. Yeah, so this is just nada. It is not any color. If this is a 6, then we're going down to 2, and so we could go 3, 5 would be one version. So this is never a 5 by sort of lightly torturing this cell. Because if this is an 8, then assuredly that's a 5. And in that instance, these are 6, 7. And in the other instance, this is a 2, in which case this has to be a 6, and these are 3, 5. But if you paid attention to those two universes, either this is a 5 or there's a 5 on this line, so this is never a 5. Oh, and the same is true of 6, isn't it? Because if this isn't a 6, then it's a 5, and then there's a 6 on this line. So in fact, this is a 4, making this digit purple. Okay, and so we have found our overlapping digit. We have found our overlap between the two universes, is that this is the digit that is purple. So I think that means none of the others are anything. Actually, I don't think we've proven that. I don't think we proved there was at most one overlap. I think we just proved there was at least one overlap. But I could be mistaken. Okay, well, 4 is now definitely on this line for what it's... Oh, actually, sorry. 4 is now definitely on both lines, because that was what it meant. was that 4 is the one digit that occurs on both of these lines, because there was only one of them. And so this is certainly not purple. Yeah, the proof was there was a minimum of 1 overlap. Unfortunately, not a maximum of 1 overlap. I think my proof also says this digit is never 6, because we said either that's 6 or this is 6. And so this digit's also not 6, for what it's worth. And I might as well fill in that I proved all of these are not 5 or 6. So even if it's gross, I'm going to fill this in. They're not 4 either. But just to remind myself of that later, because we said either this is 5 and one of these is 6, or this is 6 and one of these is 5. So that's only 1 or 7. Yes. So Garian's point is there's 5 places for 3 in box 4, and literally all of them see this cell. Because the 3 on this line sees it through the between line, and the 3 in this cell does that. This is like the craziest anti-Knight style deduction ever. So this digit's not 3. And so definitely one of these cells is a 2. And remember we said there's exactly 1 2 between all of these cells. We said we could not fit 2 2s because it would break. And so that means this digit is an 8. And means that this digit is probably not a 6, 7, or 8. And now neither of these digits can be 8, because we said there's also exactly 1 8. There's exactly 1 2. So there's no 3 on this line. There is a 3 on this line, because remember, we have to have every digit on these lines that can plausibly go here. We've said those are not 8. Oh, right. We can now actually fill this in. 8 goes with 5 up here, which means that these are 6 and 7. So I can get rid of the 7s in my overnotated cells down here. That means that 5 is the last digit that is on this line. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not a 4. I can get rid of the corner marks. 2, 3, 4. Oops. I know, right, Ransk? Yes. And now, spoiler, yellow is not 7 anymore, because there's a 6, 7 pair. So yellow is finally 1, which means neither of these cells is yellow. Neither of these cells, actually, none of these cells are red either. Oh, so it was the case that there was exactly 1 overlap, is what we have concluded now, because we've now ruled out every possibility from all of them. So that is the 1, and it is the yellow, which means this is the 9, which is green. We can knock that out, knock that out, knock those out. And this, I guess, is the last 6, 7. This is the other 6, 7, if you will. Oh, somehow I have corner marked. Yes, there's a 4 on this line, so this circle definitely isn't a 4. So it's a 3. I don't know how long that's been sitting there. Embarrassingly long, I'm sure. This line definitely doesn't have a 7 on it, no matter what. I agree with Todd there. Yes, and now this is a 1, 3 pair. Yes, I agree, because the 3 has to go somewhere in this box. And so now there's a 6 and a 7 on this line. Sorry, now there's a 6 or a 7 on this line. Oh, we know there's a 7. Sorry, we know there's a 7 on this line, because we already said that there's at least 1 7. And so the 7 on this line actually means that this is a 6, and that's a 7. What a puzzle, my word. I don't think I've ever done a puzzle before, Blashrick. The being dyslexic and trying to decipher the font that Sudoku Pad uses to display the author name is not a combination that is working in my favor here. Does anyone know like a phonetic pronunciation of how I'm supposed to say this? Let's see. Okay, so so those are 4, 5, 7. That 6 looks over and says that's not a 6, at least. Okay, there's a 5 over here, so there's not a 5 over here because there was exactly one repeat between them. And it does make sense if they're known for thermo puzzles because thermos are just degenerate between lines. Okay, these are a pair of something and something. 2 and 8 is the answer. And so these are a pair of 4 and 5. So that actually puts a lot of pressure on this cell I'm going to go ahead and fill in because I can't go down and I have to go up. And the least I can go up actually would be 6, 7. And so this digit has to be at least 8, which means it can only be 9. Because there's an 8 there by Sudoku. And so these are from 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to note for the future. Okay. Yeah, we've got this triple. We've got this triple. Let's see. So that places the 9 in column 5, Matt Laffey points out. So now there's a 9 here. These 9s are less famously green. Let's see. We know there's a 2 or 7 here. Oh, column 7 also has a 9, I'm hearing reports. That is a 9. And so that is a 9. And now we maybe have all the... Oh, sorry, one more 9. And that is a 9. And that is a 2. Okay, these digits are known. They are a 2, a 3, and an 8. Well, that one's the 8. And I know where the 2 and the 3 go because of the between line thermo thing. Those aren't 2, those aren't 3. So these are a 2, 5 pair. So those aren't 5s. Those are a 3, 4 pair. So these aren't 5. One of these is 8 for what it's worth. So the 1 in this box is placed. If I want to continue chasing things. And so now that's going to place the 1 over here, which is going to place the 3 and the 1 there. Get rid of that 1. 4 and a 3 over there. Get rid of that 4. By the way, Ranks, have you read the new Sanderson book? I admit it came out right after I started reading the Expanse novels, so I have not gotten to it yet, but I know you're a big fan. I did get to the point where I was ready to read it when it came out, but then I started another 9-book series, which maybe stood somewhat in the way of me actually finishing it. These aren't red anymore. Is a good point. Yeah, I'm 2 books through the Expanse. It turns out the Expanse books are shorter than the Sanderson books. Surprising, I know. Let's see. These are something. 2, 5, and 7 in some combination. So there's a 2, 7 over here and an 8, I suppose. Well, this line definitely doesn't have an 8 on it. So one of these 2 cells is 8. I guess that in a backwards way places 8 back in this box, because now that's definitely not an 8. I doubt that. That doesn't feel intentional. Oh, I did not see the leather-bound version you got. Is it all pretty? I bet it's all pretty. Yeah, we've got our 2-8 things hanging over here. Am I supposed to pencil mark this cell? If you think I'm above it, I am not above it. It is not 1, 4, 8, or 9. For sure, at least. So these numbers are all at least 3 and at most 6. That one's not a 3. Right, there's a 2 down here, Garion points out. That seems very helpful to note. So that digit's not a 2. That digit's not a 2. I'm being told there might be a 5 in column 1 somewhere. And it's not in this box because I know that 2-7 joins the 8. So one of these is a 5. So that means these aren't 5. And in fact means one of these two is 5 because I have a weird Zackwing on 5s between these two boxes. Okay, 5. Oh, 5 works here if that's a... Oh, sorry, no, this just isn't 5 anymore. Sorry, this isn't 5 anymore because of the Zackwing. I just didn't then immediately mark it for the Zackwing. So there's 1, 6, or 7, and 1, 2, or 3. 6 in column 1 is definitely down here somewhere. Good point, because we've got a 3, 4, 6 triple here. And so therefore this isn't 6, so it just is a 4. And this isn't 4, so that's a 3 or a 6. Those are a 3, 6, and so that's a 4. They're both purple, famously. And that's now purple. So now that's purple. And that might be the last purple. Oh, no, not quite. This is a purple. And so that gives me this 5 over there. The 6 has been corner marked out of this cell, right? So that's a 3, because we said the 6 is in one of these, well, one of these 3 cells is what we said, but now it's in one of these 2 cells. It's definitely not there. So now there's not a 3 in one of the circles. So now that's the big end. So now that's the small end. And so now that makes that a 7, which I think is going to maybe collapse things gently. But boy, what a puzzle. Okay, so that's a 5. Okay, so that one's the one that's red in particular. This one is not. That 3, 6 looks up and gives me a 7 and a 6 and a 7 and a 6. It's a 2. Let's do a little bit of markage. These aren't 6, so those are a 7, 8 pair, which makes that one for sure 6. I guess I could have done that without Sven, perhaps. Maybe I could not have, you don't know. Let's see, these seem to be a 5, 6 pair. So these seem to not be able to be 5. This seems to be not 5, so it seems to be 7, and that's a 5. And that is an 8. And a 7 and a 1, which is yellow. And a 6, which is orange. Which has finally placed the orange up here. Oops. There we go. Giving me the 8 and the 6. So this is not a 1, and so therefore this is, which makes it yellow by association. This is a 2 or a 3 that's not a 3, so it's a 2. Making that an 8 and a 3, and a 3 and a 2, and an orange 6, and a 3, and a red 5, and an orange 6. Let's see, that 1, by the way, is supposed to be yellow. That 1 is supposed to be yellow. That 6 is supposed to be orange. That 6 is supposed to be orange. That 4 is supposed to be purple. Let's see, that's supposed to be yellow. That's supposed to be red. Red and orange and yellow. Orange and red. And red and yellow. And let's see, that is going to be red. That is not. Let's see, that is supposed to be yellow. I should have 5 colors in every box. It looks like I do. So let's see, that is a 7. That's a 5 and a 7. It's a 2 and a 5. It's an 8 and a 2, and an 8 and a 7, and a 2 and a something. It is an 8. Very nice puzzle. Really neat geometry there. The common digits here into common digits here into common digits between these two. As Rank says, it's kind of surprising this grid is even unique. Like, if you've ever tried to make a between line puzzle unique, usually you need a lot more between lines than this in order to do it. But quite an impressive puzzle. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. right, welcome back. We have a Sudoku here called Writing a Joke by Anonymous. There have been some requests for me to do more Fog of War puzzles on the stream, so I can attempt to do that. I would love to set a Fog of War puzzle someday, but that requires me to have an idea and think about it. I will at some point make more puzzles, I promise. It's been a little bit since I published one, but I've been enjoying solving a lot, so I've been happy with that. I did somewhat have the impetus yesterday to set a puzzle, but I didn't actually do it. Okay, so we have clones. Boxes 1 and 6 are clones of each other. Digits may not repeat along the marked 9-cell long diagonal. Digits along green lines must have a difference of at least 5. Modular lines have this sort of weirdo thing that you can read if you've not seen it, where every string of 3 digits along it need to have a 147, a 258, and a 369. Digits give the sum of the digits along the arrow. And lines and arrows do not branch or share cells. We have some Kropke dots, where white dots are consecutive. We maybe have no black dots. Okay, so probably we should start by thinking about the thing that is, I guess actually maybe even I should think about the fact that this digit is the sum of these 2 digits. So this is a sum of 3 digits at least. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Because if you think about it, this digit is the sum of that digit and that digit, but that digit is the sum of that digit and that digit. Oh, it's this digit. Wait, it's that digit is even doubled. So, no. It's just double this digit plus that digit, right? No, that can't possibly be right. This is the sum of those 2. Ah, right. It's the sum of these 2, and this one is the sum of these 2. So it is just double this digit plus that digit, right? Yeah, so it could actually be quite small. Now, Mekti has a good point, which is that this German Whispers is going to need 2 low digits on it, because it's at least of length 4. Like, I don't know exactly how it continues, but I know it at least does that. And so it certainly requires 2 low digits, so 2, 1, 2, 3, 4s. Now, this can't be a 369 arrow, for what it's worth. Yeah, so yeah, I only necessarily need 1, 1, 2, 3 on the Whisper, because I could have a 4. Yeah, modular whispering does seem somewhat restrictive. And I know there's no 5 on it, for what it's worth. At least this piece of it, I should say. I agree with Emma, because there's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4s on here. These could both be from 1, 2, 3, 4, but then this can't be, because that would be a 5th one. And so this is a non-1, 2, 3, 4 number. And so then this number is certainly high. This number certainly, therefore, is low. Let's see. I do see that this can't be 3 plus 6 equals 9. So the 258 class on the modular line is going to be awkward on the whispers because it's only going to give you 2 and 8. And you always have to flip high-lowity when you repeat on the thing. So these two are the same modularity class and opposite parities. So they could be 2-8, for example, or 1-7, or even 4-7. Likewise, something like 3-9 or whatever. So so if it's 258, then these are... Yeah, so we have sort of this weird thing where, like, based on what the modularity class is that is repeated, we know a thing that's definitely on the line. So if it's 258, we know both 2 and 8 are definitely on the line. If it's 147, we know there's a 7 on the line, which would have to go next to a 2. Is there any way we use both a 1 and a 2 on this line and have these be at least 3, 4? No, there's not, right? Because I think we said that we double this digit and add... No, we just add this digit to that digit. Never mind. So, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, we need a 1 or a 2 in here. Because if I don't do that, yeah, I was right about this being double that plus that. Sorry, double this plus that. Okay, and so if I don't use a 1 or a 2, I exceed my capacity because I can't double a 3 and add a 4. So that means that this cannot possibly be from 147 at all. 147... If you look at that, sorry, these two can't be from 147 at all. Because if I used 147, the high end would have to be a 7. So the low end... Oh, crap, I could use the 4, couldn't I? Never mind, sorry. Sorry, my argument was incorrect. But I do need to use at least 1, 1, 2 here. Can I get away without using a 1, 2 here? I don't think so, I guess is the next question. Because then I would have to have my low digits be 3 and 4, which would have a 9 between them. The 4 would be at the end, and then the 3 would have to go next to an 8. The opposite ends of that doesn't work. Yeah, the 3 can't go next to a 9, right? You can see it that way. Garion saw the shortest proof, right? Is that you can't ever have a 3 surrounded by an 8 and a 9 because 3 and 9 are the same modularity. So, right. So that means we do have a 1, 2, 8, 9 on here. And so, namely, the low part here, the low part of this has to be a 1 or a 2, because you can't have a 3 in the middle and you can't have a 4 in the middle for whisper reasons. And I bet we run into the same problem if we try and have a 7 in the middle, which would have to be next to a 1. Or you can't have a 6 in the middle either. So these are only from 1, 2, 8, 9. And so these are from 1, 2, 8, 9. And so these are assuredly the high digit is a 3 or a 4. For what it's worth. Sorry, the low digit is a 3 or a 4. And so the high digit is the same modularity as 3 or 4, which would be 7, 6, or 9. Yeah, 6, 7, 9, and 3, 4. Okay. So the problem with 2, 8 with a 1, 9 in the middle is that 2 and 8 are the same modularity class, and so they would be 2 apart and not 3 apart. Okay. So I certainly know this number's not 8 now, because if this were an 8, the circle's a 9, and I've broken my thing, so that is not an 8. So that is now only 5, 6, or 7. Uh, this cell's just a 1, 2, 3, 4 because it gets doubled, right? If this is larger than 4... No, this is the one that gets doubled. Sorry, I'm doing this wrong. This is the one that gets doubled. That's the one that's only counted once. But I mean, I guess we can at least say it's certainly no more than 6 now. Let's see. Trying to see if something's wrong with like this being a 5 or something. Okay, yeah, definitely this can't be a 6, because if this was a 6, then that would be high, this would be high, and there'd be 2 more highs. That's too many highs. So this is never a 6. I agree with that. So this is never a 6. Let's see. Right. This is the thing that gets... Why can't I double a 4? Double a 4 plus 1 is 9? Then I would need to have a 7. Oh, the 7 would need to go in the middle. Right. So yeah, if I double a 4, it goes with a 1. And one of the modularity classes is 147. So I would need to put the 7 somewhere on the line, but you can't put the 7 in a spot where it could go because you'd need a second of the thing. So, okay, so I agree you can't double a 4. So we're slowly getting there. There's a simpler point. Hey, Nordy, from Garion. 1 is too small for this number. If this number is a 1, I don't get to a high enough total. So we can remove 1 from that cell. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. If this is a 2, 3, then this is also a 2, 3, and the total is 5. Is there a problem with this being 2, 3, 5? That means we need to use an 8 somewhere in the middle with a 1. And the repeating thing would be the 3, 6, 9. I don't think there's anything immediately wrong with that. Ah. 1 and 4 on the whispers is a problem. Because the 1 can't get far enough away from the 4 to be there, because 1 and 4 are the same modularity class. So I can never have 1 and 4 on the whispers. So it is true that if I do the 2-3 combination, it does not work per Emma, because if I do the 2-3 case here, I need to put a 1 and a 4 in here, and those are the same modularity class. It doesn't work. So this can never be 2-3, because if this were 2 or 3, this would also be 2 or 3, and the total would be 5, just to get to being enough. So this is in fact a 4 or a 5. This is less 2-starry than I was led to believe it was going to be. Okay. Right. We said one of these had to be a 1 or a 2. I mean, I guess just the point is now, if this were a 3, it just never works. Because then when I add it to this again, it gets me too big. So that's the 1, 2. I'm just re-explaining why we had that before. So this cell at least isn't 1, 2, or 3. Or sorry, at least it's not 1 or 2. Let's see. Oh no, I hate that. Cold is not good. And yet I live in Iowa. I'm probably not supposed to be thinking things like, can this really be 725? That's probably not the thing I'm supposed to be thinking about. Right. Okay. So this certainly the thing it can't be, Garion points out, is a 145 arrow. Because if this is a 145 arrow, then I need to put a 7 on the whispers, but I can only put a 7 in the middle of the whispers, which we've already said I can't do, because 147 is one of the classes. So if I use both 1 and 4, then I'm stuck using 7 in the middle, because I can't use it at the ends anymore. So this is actually never a 5, which means this is actually never a 6. Percolating that upward. Let's see. 725 has kind of the same problem, except it puts the 8 in the middle. It is true. We now do have a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, basically. So we do know that this number here is not 6, 7, 8, or 9, because that's now 4, 6, 7, 8, 9s. So this number is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's not 1 or 2, because we also have a virtual 1, 2 pair between those. So this is only 3, 4, or 5. Not quite seeing your triple, though, Ron. I see the quad. So 3 always goes to 8, goes to 1, goes to 6 or 9 is the way that length 4, if there's a 3 at one of the ends, works. And of course, if there's a 4 at one of the ends, then 4 goes to 9, goes to 3. Wait. No, sorry. 4 goes to 9, not goes to 3. 4 goes to 9, goes to 2, and then goes to the other one. These can't be 1, 6 or 1, 7. Because if these are 1, 6, then that's a 7. But basically the point is, if these are 1, 6 or 1, 7, either way I've used both the 1 and the 7, which means I have to use the 4 on the modular line. Oh, never mind. Sorry, that I think is... No, that's not okay. I have to use the 4 in the modular line, which means it goes out here, but then I don't have a friend for it. So this just can't be a 1. Because I can't use both 1 and 7, is the point. Because 4 can't be the only... Basically, I guess this is the elegant way to say it. 4 can't be the only 147 on the whisper. So this is always a 2. So that's always a 2. So now this is a 1. And so if there's a 1 there, that tells me there's no 7 here. Oh, right, that's a digit. We can get our digit dance in. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Dooka, dooka, dooka. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, and so this is no longer able to be 7. This is always 8 or 9, for what it's worth. So these aren't 9 on the outsides, because I know I've got 189 here and 189 here. So now these can only be 3, 6. Because if these are anything but 3, 6, they're not the same modularity. Basically, as soon as I ruled it down to these only being able to be 4 out of the none 3, 6, 9 digits, that doesn't work. And so that 3, 6 means that these are not 9. These are 1, 8. These are 3, 6. And so once that's 3, 6, that tells me that these digits are both 7, which then tells me that that digit and that digit are both 5, and that that digit and that digit are 9. So no 5s there. Okay, this is a 3 or a 6. So this is a number that's consecutive with 3 or 6, which would be, well, it's not 5 or 7, actually, because of this diagonal constraint. Oh, yeah, this is a 4, I guess I can fill in. But this isn't a 6, because the things that 6 are consecutive with are 5 and 7, and we have both of those on the diagonal already. So actually, that's going to give me the order of this. And now this is a 2 or 4. I don't know which one yet. If it were a 2, it would make this 4, 5 with a 9, but that's not broken yet, I don't believe. By the way, my modular line is done, so I can do that. And I can, oops, just draw this through here just as a reminder. Yeah, that was a very tough for a break-in somehow. Okay, so these are the same high-lowity because of the fact that lines don't branch. And that high-lowity can't be low, because if the high-lowity was low, these would have to be a 1-4 pair, and that would be a 9, but there's already a 9 in the row. So that means that these are high, which means they're 6, 8, 9, which means that this digit is low, which means it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, I can do the same for the whisper, right? See, I do have a modular line sort of sneaking into view over here. This is certainly a minimum of 6, actually. This arrow is certainly a minimum of 6, because 2 plus 4 would be the minimum digits, but it can't be a 6. It can't be a 7 either. It's going to only be an 8 or a 9, which actually gives us a 6, 8, 9 triple here. I love that setting. Which means that one of these really is 6, which means that this digit's a 1. Which means we get the start of our joke, which is, why do werewolves howl at? We'll have to finish the puzzle to finish the joke, I suppose. Okay, so now this cell, I guess this triple maybe I'll fill in. We need a 1. Oh, well, we know where the 1 goes, I suppose. The 1 just goes over there because it can't go there. 2, 3, and so these are a 4 and a 5. And so this is never a 4, because if this was a 4, that would have to be a 5, because of the way that this arrow works. Remember that if this is not a 4, then we've used 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 is the only combination that works. So this is just, in fact, never a 4. And so this is a 5, making that a 4. And it can't be 5, 3. So it has to be 5, 4, making that a 9, making that a 2, making these a 6, 8, which now makes the joke, why do werewolves howl at the moon? Post your guesses in chat. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we've got a 6 down here for sure, for whatever that is worth. Okay, this cell and that cell are both not 1, 4 for what it's worth. I would love to know they weren't 7. This digit isn't 7 by the diagonal. I agree with that. In fact, what is this if I combine everything I know? Apparently Sven doesn't know about the diagonal. This is apparently only 2, 3, or 6. So one of these two, that one just is 7, right? One of these 3 has to be a 1, 4, 7. And so it's not this one and it's not that one, because both of those two see a 1 and a 4. So therefore that's the 7 that is the 1, 4, 7. Okay, and now that's the 3, 6. Oh, it is werewolves. Wow, I didn't even notice. So this is a 2, 5, 8. That's not a 2 or a 5. So this is, in fact, actually an 8, making that a 6 and an 8. So these are a 9 and a 6. Yeah, these are a 6, 9 pair. If you look at where the 6 goes in this column and where the 9 goes in this column, they both have to go down there. And so this is a naked single something now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a naked single 7, apparently. Which makes this a quad of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. And of those, that one is only 3. So that one is an 8, that one is a 2, and that one is a 6. So we got that. We can fill in these, giving us a 2, 7, a 3, 5, 9. Let's see, what is left on the diagonal is probably worth filling in. So we've got a 1 and a 2. We don't have a 3 yet. We don't have a 4 yet. We've got a 5. We don't have a 6 yet. We've got a 7 and an 8, and we don't have a 9 yet. And so seemingly this can only be 3, making that the 4, making that the 6. Somehow Sven now knows about that one, making that the 9. Making that not the 9. Let's see. These are now 1 and 7. These are now 2, sorry, not 2, 8 and something. 8 and 5, I believe. Row 4, column 2 is quite restricted, I'm being told. It is 3 or 9. I don't see why it can't be 3 or 9, though. So this can be 1, 2. It should be 2 not there, so 1 not there. Or, let's see, can't be 1, 8. Could be 2, 7, with the 2 there and the 7 there. Can't be 3, 6, can't be 4, 5. So this is always a 2. Somehow. Oh, there's a 2 down here. So that places this 2. I see. Okay. Because that is 7 and a 2. I guess if forcing the arrow was desirable over there, I guess it's desirable over here. This can be 1, 5 if it's in that order. It can be 2, 4. Oh, no, it can't be 2, 4 because this one's never 2 or 4. It can be 1, 8 if it's in that order. Can't be 2, 7 because that cell can't be either. I think it can be 3, 6 as long as it's in that order. And I think it can be... Oh, it can't be 4, 5 because neither cell can be 4. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so these can't be a 6, 9 pair is the point. Because if this is a 6, this is a 9, and now this is a nothing. Is this really a 2-star puzzle? Maybe I hallucinated and it wasn't actually listed as a 2-star puzzle. I'm not sure. No, it's genuinely listed as a 2-star puzzle. Despite me definitely not finding it that way. Okay, so that means this is not a 6. So that is a 1. Which means this is not a 3 for what it's worth. So what is this now? Is this a 3 or a 4? How about that? It is a 1, 3, or 4. Oh yeah, I guess what I know is one of these two cells is 7. I guess I know a triple here that I should probably fill in. Which is 3, 5, 9. Oh, is this a naked single? Ah, yes, Jim has identified this as a naked single. So that is 5, which makes that 8, which makes that 5 and 8. Makes that 9 and 6 while we're doing math. Makes that not 5. So these are a 2, 3, and 9, which makes that the 2 for sure. This is a 3 or a 9 of some description. This is assuredly a 1, 3, or 4, and it's not a 3 for what it's worth. Ah, yes, the white dot needs an even. I was going to do this in a much more convoluted way. Thank you for sparing me from explaining why it couldn't be and then listing a bunch of things. This white dot needs an even digit, and that even digit is a 4. Because this digit can't be any even numbers at all, and this one of all the evens can only be 4. And now if I look up there, I also get that that's got to be a 5. Uh, so that is a 9 and a 3 and a 5 and a 9. So these can all be filled in as a 6, a 7, and a 3, and a 1 and a 7. Can probably fill in some of these. So that seems now to only be able to be a 7, making that a 1, making that a 3, and making that a 7, because it's right after a waxing phase. I see. So it was not an intentional misspelling. I really thought the misspelling was going to be a whole thing, but it turned out it was not actually a thing. I thought I could avoid having to do the math if I waited, and I successfully avoided doing the math. So I did not have to do 1 plus 2. Very cute idea here. I found the break-in brutal here with these two being clones. I don't know if there was a nicer way. Like, I was eventually happy with the way I phrased it, but the way I phrased it was definitely not phrased as a 2-star deduction. It was the way I phrased it was an interaction between arrows and modularity classes and whispers all at the same time using these sorts of things. So it's very possible that there is a nicer way to do the opening, or maybe if you just bash it, the opening falls apart. That is also possible. And I was just reluctant to do that, so I did it slightly more complicatedly. But then everything after that was super smooth. And I really liked some of the stuff. Particularly, I thought it was very nice the way this came up and the way that there was a unique spot for a thing for a 147 on this. Yeah. I don't know if I just led us on a wild goose chase on the beginning. I don't know exactly what happened with that, but yeah, the beginning felt much more difficult to me than the rest of the puzzle. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. See you in just a moment. I am back with the Flora and Vortman puzzle, which are always delightful. This one is also listed as 2 stars. I am hopeful this one will be an easier 2-star puzzle than the last 2-star puzzle. So here we've got thermos, which are like complicated between lines, where in addition to the requirement that the bulb and the end bound the middle ones, they also have to go in order, starting at the small side and increasing to the big side. So like the bulb of the thermometer, like a regular thermometer that you use to monitor the temperature, that's the low end, and then the tip is the high end. And you've made some sort of mutant spider thermometer, as Tristan says. We've got our white dots where we've got our consecutive-y things, and our black dots where we've got our ratio of 2-to-1 things. And we've got this classic setup where it's perfectly symmetrical, except that the dots have been the dots of the mirror rotation are white instead of black, or vice versa, which is one of my favorite puzzle aesthetics. I think I've only published one, although I've published a few slight variations of this. Oh, sorry, no, I've done 2, because my most recent one, Rorschach, was that. No, Rorschach was symmetrical, except one of the black dots was rotated. But I did make, for the CTC 500 app, I made one where it was exactly the whites and blacks mirror each other. Which, if you think about, if you feel like thinking about the symmetry of Sudoku and what you can and can't do, you can't make a perfectly symmetrical grid. And a lot of that has to do with sort of sorting out various, you have to sort of sort out different things. And so the white and black dot break symmetry nicely. Anyway, so strings of 3 black dots are very generous and evoke nice feelings of 2-star puzzles. So they always come from the 1, 2, 4, 8 family. And they always include a 2 and a 4. However, it's worth noting also this can't be as high as 8 for sure. Can it even be as high as 4? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess it can be as high as 4. But anyway, that can't be an 8. That could maybe be an 8. Now, I do enjoy the comment from Mekdi looking at the sort of slicker way of this, of just what can we say right away, is that I need to put 1, 8, and 9 in this box, and I can't put any of them in any of these places because this can't be as high as 8. So these are just a 1, 8, 9 triple right away, which tells you that in this box, there's a 2 in one of these cells. So there's a 3 in one of these cells. Sorry. So I should say, so there's a 2 in one of these 2 cells, and there's a 7 in one of these cells. And in particular, wherever that 7 is, it's going to put an 8, 9 above it on the thermo, which is going to make this cell always a 1. And we can bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That is true. If you're willing to make your rule set asymmetrical enough, then you can make it. Yeah, there's always the like empty grid things that say something like box 1 is a magic square, box 2's column 3 sums to whatever, and basically describe writing out clues in a puzzle without doing it. Anyway, so that is quite interesting. Procom 3 sees a 1 in a bulb. Right. One of these 2 bulbs is 1. That was the other piece. The 2s here, one of them says that one of these is a 1, and whichever one it is says that's never a 1. So this just can't be a 2 at all anymore, because then this would go 2, 4, I don't know. And so now we can go 4, 2, 1, or we can go 8, 4, 2, meaning that this is never a 1 anymore. Wait. Sorry, meaning this is never a 4 anymore. Well, that sounds better. And if this is a 4, okay, I guess it's worth saying, what is the biggest this digit could possibly be is what chat is calculating. So 98765 is the this largest this could possibly be. And this digit okay, one of these two cells is 2. Because if this cell is 2, well, then one of those two cells is 2. Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry. Sorry, what I said was not right. But this cell certainly is not a 1. Because one of these bulbs is 1. So this is at least 2. But it can't be a 2. Maybe it can be a 2? I'm trying to think about the nice way to say this. That is not horrible. I haven't figured out the nice way yet. Let's see. Yeah, I just don't want to fill in 6 digits to argue this. Filling in 6 digits is not in the spirit of a puzzle of this appropriate statement. Let's see. Yeah, one of these is 1, 2 for whatever it's worth. It's interesting. The 8 in this row is incredibly restricted. The 8 in this row is somewhat less restricted. Yeah, this cell can't be 1, so it's at least 2. And at most 6. But I know it's not 2 or 4 because there's a 2 and a 4 in the box on the black dot. So this is only from 3, 5, or 6. And so our minimum here would be to go up 4, 5, 6, and our maximum would be to come down 9, 8, 7. And so this can be 6, 7, 8, or 9, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. I'm trying to understand Todd's point. Uh, I mean, I can definitely prove that this isn't 432. I just don't like the proof being fill in 6 digits and then note that it doesn't work because there's some digit that you can't place in box 5. So I'm not using it. But it's not that I don't agree with the point. I do agree with the point. I'm just trying to come up with a way to do it that makes me happy instead of very sad. Which there may not be. I'm not sure, but I am trying. It's certainly true that this is from 2, 3, 4, 5. It's certainly true that this is from 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh, uh, I do know one of these two is 2. For sure. And I know one of these two is 2. Uh, yeah, I do think the idea is to say something smart about 2. Uh, uh, and I guess the most elegant way I can possibly say this, without belaboring this point, is that if this is a 4, uh, oh wait, why did I mark this as not being 2? I thought I was about to prove that this wasn't 2. Uh, uh, so I think I just cheated when I pencil marked this. Is I think what happened. Uh, Sadly. Okay. Yeah, that's just horrible. Is the only my only complaint about that is that like this being 2 definitely doesn't work. But it doesn't work for a kind of bizarre reason. I can just accept it and move on with my life, I suppose. But I feel like there's a good way to say it that I'm not finding. Uh, uh, oh, you're just looking at box 5. Uh, that is fair. You can do it by only looking at box 5, using the fact that one of these two is 2. Uh, 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 let's see. Uh, we do know these digits go up here. Yeah, we certainly could, because this is, yeah, we actually have a quadruple, don't we? Because 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's not quite. We know that these are at least 5. And we actually know they're not 8, because we know one of these goes 8, 9 exactly. Sorry. We know they're not 9, because one of them goes 8, 9 exactly. Right. So these are the ones that aren't 8. Sorry. If you wanted. And we've got 2 of 5, 6, and 7. So the 2 in this column is in one of these two cells, for what it's worth. It doesn't quite seem to get me where I need to go. I don't think I know anything about what happens backwards along the arrow where there's a 7 here. And I don't think I know anything forwards about the version where this is a 2. I guess that's not completely true. The one where this is a 2, I know that this digit is at most... Oh, this digit's never a 7. I can say that. Because if this were a 7, that would be an 8 or a 9, and I know there's an 8, 9 the other direction. Yeah, the chat is correct about that. So the number in the corner opposite the 7 is, in fact, at most a 5. At most a 5 and at least a 4. So we actually know that these are from 4, 5, 7 only. Which seems at least somewhat restricted. Oh, okay. So Garion has a good point, which is that you can never put 6, 7 on the end of the thermo, because if you put 6, 7 on the end of the thermo, then you have ruled 6 off of that thermo entirely. And this other thermo has a 7 there. And so the only place you could plausibly put a 6 is here, but it's now opposite that side. So you'd actually rule it out. So actually, these can never be 6 either. And so that means that on this side, it is a 4 that you end up with. Yeah, I guess the other way to do it is to say that now that I've said these can't be 6, then the only places in this box that can be 6 are these. But also now one of these arrows just is 1, 2, 3, 4 in the row. So these are actually a 3, 6 pair is actually what I know now, because one of these cells is 4, and so the thing before it is a 3. And so that tells me actually that these aren't 6s in that column. And so these are a 2 and a something. 2 and a 4 is what we have up there. And I guess we know what these are. These are a 2 and a 5. So funnily enough, this digit can never be a 3. because if this digit was a 3, then that would put a 5 and a 6 here, which would break that cell. So that's never a 3. Which means that, yeah, I guess that leaves us with sort of 3, 2, 1 here as my only options. Does mean this is not a 4. And I think that means this is not a 5. Yeah. Okay, so we've got more stuff. Okay. There aren't all that many options for this black dot now because 2, 4 is gone. It's still a fair number, though. Why does this become 4? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, then this goes 6, 5, 4, and now we've also got this going 1, 2, 4. Which is basically just saying this can't actually be 6. So basically the point is one of these has both 4 and 6 on it. Sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry. It's not true that one of these has both 4 and 6 on it. One of them has both 2 and 4 on it. That's true. So one of these has both 2 and 4 on it. So there's no way that this has a 2 and 4 as ends. So that I can at least elegantly prove for you that this is definitely not 2, 3, 4, because one of these is 2, 3, 4, and that breaks. So so that's not a 2, and if that's not a 2, I think that kills every way for this to be a 4. Because this can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Oh, 4, 3 doesn't work anymore. Because that would require this going 4, 3, 2, and we know that's not a 2. So this is just no longer able to be a 3. And so this is either 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, 6. This is no longer a 4, which gives us a 3, 6 pair, funnily enough. So that is good progress. Let's see. Patrick says this being a 4 very cleanly breaks now. Let's see. So if this is a 4, then it makes, yeah. So if this is a 4, it pretty quickly makes this a 2, and that does immediately rule 2 out of this box. I think that's as simple as we're going to get it. So that does make this a 1, because this being 4 again would make that 2, and I can't make either of these 2. So that is a 1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 6, 5. That has become an 8, 4, 2. This has become a 5 or a 6, so this is at least 4. This is at least that. This is at least that. So that is promising. And now this has become a 3 and a 2. This has become an 8 and a 9. This has become a 5 and a 7. Yeah, 5 and a 5 and a 7. Okay, which makes that an 8 and a 9. That does feel quite potent. So this is either 3, 6, or it's 4, 8 in exactly that order. Those are the only options. Yes. This digit can only possibly be a 4, because if it's any bigger than 4, then it's going to be at least an 8, which clearly doesn't work, but it can't be smaller than 4 because of the box. So then this can only be 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. And the 1, 2, 3 in this box are a triple here, just by asking where they go in this box. So let's see. This is an 8 just by sudoku. So that's not an 8, which means that's not a 7. These are a pair of 1 and something else. 1 and a 9, and I actually know the order. Gift of gifts. Okay, these aren't 9, no matter what Sven tells you. But they seem to be able to be a lot more things than I was hoping they would be able to be. These can be 5, 6, 7, or 9. For what it is worth. So maybe that is not the correct place to dig deeper immediately. Let's see. Oh, this is a 5, 6, 7 triple. Good point. So that's a 9. And these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so therefore this can be a 2, 3, or 4, but then this digit has to be at least 5 at minimum. This digit has to be at least 6 at minimum. Because I will have used all of my 1, 2, 3, 4s after I make that a 2, 3, 4. And this digit is at most 8, so this digit is at most 6, in fact. And so we can pencil mark that, and that gets us another 5, 6, 7 triple. So that is indeed not a 7, owing to the 5, 6, 7 triple. Cascading 5, 6, 7 triples. And so the digits in this column left are 8, and the other 1, 2, 3. So the 8 had better go there. The other 1, 2, 3 had better be a 2, 3, and had better go there. Oh, sorry, it's 8, 9, and another 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's 8 or... Apparently I'm losing my voice. It's 8 or 9, but it's not 9 by the row. So I was right by pure coincidence. But it was my bad completely. This is a 2 or a 3. One of these now is a 1. So now this isn't a 1. And these are the other things, including one of them is a 9. Okay, this has neither a 4 nor an 8 on it, so it either has a 2 on it or a 6 on it. Sure, those are words. Let's see. So Garian's question is, where do you put this in this box? And so the answer is you put it there always, which means that this is, in fact, a 6 or a 7. gets us another 5, 6, 7 triple, meaning that this is a 3. Meaning that this is also a 5, 6, or 7. Let's see. I don't know if I want to start coloring 5, 6, 7s yet. We might get there. Nine in box 7 is placed. Very good. So the 9 in this box is definitely in this column. I didn't ever notice. So that resolves this 8 and that 9. So there's an 8 on the black dot now. If I'd have just waited to see that, then it would have been done. Because now that's an 8 and that's a 4. That's a 2 and that's a 4. Although I bet Florian is glad that I did not get to make any use of this black dot until the exact moment that I put an 8 on it, because I suspect that was intentional in setting it. Okay, so that makes these digits something. Yeah, there's either a 2 or a 6 on it, like we said before. There's definitely a 2 over here somewhere. Yeah, I do love the little mark popping up so much. The little mark makes me oh so happy. Okay, the tip of this thermo now isn't an 8 or a 9, so it's at most a 7. So if I mark this going downward, it's maximum 7, 6, 5. But actually, this can't be a 5 because that would make this a 5, 6, 7 quadruple. So actually, this is maximum 4 and minimum 3. And so now this is 4, 5, 6. And now this is 5, 6, 7. If I look at my thing here. Let's see. 8 in column 2. 8 in column 2 goes there. Very good. So now 8 in box 9 goes there, and that's our last 8. Do we really have 9s left to place? Yeah, we've got a little Zach wing of 9s to place. Tragically. 4 in this box is placed. 4 in this box can only go there. So I'll write a 7 in it just for fun. So that seems to have made that a 3 for what it is worth. So this is the last 5, 6, 7 over here. For whatever that is worth. I'm not sure it is a lot. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. No, that's too many digits. I was hoping that I had a... Well, I was hoping that 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 was only 4 digits, but it turned out that it was 5, and I was very disappointed. What Todd meant to say was that this digit is the same as this digit, which makes that not a 5. And so that that is also, we noted before, the same as that digit. For what it is worth. Sadly, I'm not sure if that gets anywhere, at least right away. Uh, Likewise, these two are the same. Agree. I fear where this is going. uh, those digits can't be 4, so 4 is actually pretty restricted in row 3. That can't be 4 either. So 4 in row 3 actually only goes in one of those two places. Uh, I guess I can fill out that I know these are from 5, 6, 7, 9. That one's on a 6, that one's on a 7. Yeah, that digit, if I look down into this box, that digit goes here. Which actually places the 7 in this column. Screaming Ice Cube tells us. Man, those 2-star puzzles are brutal today. Okay, so David has a sophisticated point about where 7 goes in box 7, which is that one of these two digits is 7. Because either green circle is 7 or that's 7. So that rules 7 out of all of these cells. And so now 7 can only go in this one cell in this box. And so that gets us that 7, which is going to get us the rest of the way there, because now that's that 7, which gets us that 6. And that assuredly has to do it. Okay. So let's see, that's 6, 7. So let's fill in what these digits are. Yeah, so now we can follow the 6 up to here, making that a 7. The 6 in this box is now vertical, if I look backwards, which makes that a 7 and that a 5 and that a 6. Meaning that all the green circles are 7s. Let's pencil mark. 2, 4, 5. So there's a 2 in one of these cells. I guess I already knew that if I had thought to ask the question. Yes, this is a 1, 3, 5 triple, is David's point. So that makes that a 2, which makes red circle 3. If we go ahead and fill that in. So those digits aren't 3 anymore. That's a 1, 6, 9 triple. So that's not a 1. It's a 2 or a 4. That's not a 3. That's not a 3. Got a 1, 3, 4 triple across row 1, making that a 5. Laura spots, making that a 2 and a 4, and a 1, and a 6, and a 3. 9, 2, 1, 4, 9, 1. I hit the 9, and then it thinking, okay, 5, 1, 3, 2, 1, 5, 1, 6, 5, 6. Orange circles are 5s. 6s. That is a 6 I saw. And now I've got a 2 left and a 4. I feel like I probably missed something more substantial in this puzzle, or some like way of looking at this that made this easier than it was, because it was nice, but this did not feel like a 2-star journey. But I'm always impressed with the symmetrical grids, and I did enjoy solving the puzzle, even if it maybe took me by more by surprise than I was expecting. But Florian's constructions are always intricate and glorious, and this is no exception to that. LMD difficulty ratings are getting wild. I mean, maybe the LMD difficulty rating is now actually how hard is it to click solve in F puzzles. Yeah, the wait a year and this will be 1 star. I fear you may be correct. If I haven't solved this Ponta Delgada, I should check it out. It doesn't sound familiar, but I might have. I'll be honest, I'm hitting the point where remembering what puzzles I've solved has become a... I've now several times on stream started to do a puzzle that I've already done on stream, and inexplicably someone from stream remembers that I've done it before and I don't. Although there was the one time I started doing a Kurobon puzzle that I'd done on stream, but the grid was rotated 90 degrees, so I don't 100% blame myself for that one. But that is that is true. But yeah, I do add most Florian puzzles to the bucket when I see them on LMD, when I do my sort of scraping of puzzles. If people are curious, I just periodically scrape LMD for things that look appealing, as a combination of who said it, how it's rated, and what the title is / description of things. So I guess I'm a sucker for the like parentheses Renbon black dot or whatever sort of thing that some people do that admittedly I do not do, where people will put like a description of what their puzzle actually is that's more useful than a random city or island in a random place, which I don't. But I'll sort of comb back a couple times through the same puzzles because I'll wait to see more solving and more comments. I'm a lot more likely to pick something out of the no Sudoku section than I am to pick something out of the Sudoku section, if you're curious. Mostly because I have become a little less trusting of a lot of the puzzles that get posted in the Sudoku section. I tend to have a higher bar. Yeah, I'm gonna at some point do a rat race stream where I'm going to just do like the first bunch of them. I mean, I might not do. I think the first bunch of them is 10. I might not do all 10, but where I plan to do a number of them. I will do a badly rated puzzle if there are other reasons why I might want to do it. Wait, doesn't Marty aren't they like literally called rat race puzzles in Marty's description? Like, isn't that the canonical name for them? Rat Run. Oh, Rat Run puzzles. I see. Not the Whoopi Goldberg movie. He's very particular. I see. But yeah, I definitely have done plenty of puzzles that have been rated like high 70s, we'll say, is a moderately common quote unquote bad rating for a puzzle, where I'll do it. The rating is just one indicator for me that is a good way for me to learn about setters that I don't know about, or have a puzzle that looks good. Like, the thing I want to avoid doing, if I at all can, is to do a puzzle by someone and then have it turn out that it's bad and they feel bad. And so, like, having seen that the puzzle has been done by a number of people who enjoyed it on LMD is a good way to sort of insulate against that. Uh, but other ways include things like a comment from Codec that says that Codec really enjoyed the puzzle, that sometimes happens. Yeah, or someone who I trust says that it's really good or that I'd like it or whatever. I'm very picky about who, like, I have to have a very strong sense that someone knows my exact taste for puzzles, and it has to not be their puzzle. Uh, Ideally, they would be a turbine, but sometimes if someone like has been around this dream a long, long time and knows my tastes and says this puzzle reminds me of you, that is a way that sometimes things make it into the bucket. But usually those puzzles have already made it in the bucket in their own way. I also pay attention whenever people post things if they ping me, because they say something like, oh, this puzzle was inspired by this zetamath puzzle or this zetamath stream. Like Timotab's puzzle that I recently did, I did because Timotab pinged in the description when they posted it for testing that it was inspired by a discussion on stream, and so I'm always interested in that kind of thing as well, because I think that's pretty cool when that kind of thing happens. Although there's always the risk that I will be like, oh, that looks cool, and I'll solve it while it's in testing rather than on stream. I wouldn't solve a puzzle in testing on stream, to be clear. That would be cruel and unusual, and I would not do that. But I will sometimes solve puzzles off stream if they strike my fancy and I want to do them like immediately. But anyway, that is some of the backstory on the thing. And also frequently both Tristan and I will go over LMD, and we have somewhat different tastes, and so stuff will sometimes get added by me or by Tristan based on our things. Like Tristan likes the Sudoku tab a lot more than the non-Sudoku tab in LMD, for example. And we each have our setters that will add like everything that person publishes. We'll do that. So I hope you'll solve the puzzle with your namesake. There's a puzzle with my namesake that I haven't solved. Maybe I don't know about this, Patrick. You can ping me on Discord if there is a thing that I should maybe know that I don't know, or knew at one point and have forgotten. I'm 41 now, so now I'm allowed to forget things, I think. Not that I haven't always forgotten things, but now I get to forget more things. Alrighty, but thanks everyone for watching today and for hanging out. It's been a joy. We've had some really cool puzzles. Today's highlight is definitely this one. This is the first puzzle I've done by this setter, and the geometry here was to die for. I did not really know what I was expecting, but dear Lord, this was a cool and intricate puzzle, so I was very excited to do it. I have actually today been scrolling back, so here's a behind the scenes story. Behind the scenes, when I look at the bucket, or if you're a supporter and you look at the bucket, you can also see this. Tristan at some point implemented that when a grid gets added to the bucket, a picture of the grid is added to the bucket, but old puzzles don't have this. And so there's a real tendency when I'm going through the bucket for me to only grab puzzles where I can see a picture of the grid, because it's pretty easy to see a picture of the grid and go, oh, hey, yeah, I'll do that. It's harder to just see some words in a setter or whatever. But what I did today, if you noticed, is actually I picked puzzles that were actually old enough that they were all pre-picture. Like this was from older. So I have been trying to go back and sort of slowly drain some of the older puzzles that don't have the snazzy picture. Alrighty though. I think yeah, Oh, puzzles I've set. Oh yeah, it has been a while since I've gone through my older puzzles. Right. Yeah, yeah, I should do that again. Yeah, the for a bit I was frequently doing setting streams, and I'll definitely do that again. I haven't quite been in exactly the setting headspace. And I didn't want to both go over my puzzles and do my old puzzles and do setting content, because I feel like the audience for those two is kind of the same. Because mostly me going over my old puzzles is talking about setting and taste and these sorts of things. But now that I have been taking a little hiatus from doing setting on stream, continuing going back over my old puzzles makes a lot of sense. So I should do that. Thank you for reminding me, Laura. I had completely forgotten about this. Alrighty though, I think that's all for today. Thanks to everyone for hanging out. Thanks to everyone who supports the stream, whether it be by hanging out, by pointing out naked singles in the grid, or by giving a thumbs up. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Please give the stream a thumbs up. But thank you, everyone. And especially thank you to the Turbines who support the stream at the top level, who are Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Blocktime. Thanks to everyone for watching. I'll be back next time. Bye for now.